That was funny. Resolving audit problems. Early in 2013, Wallace Andrews, manager with the CPA firm of Abernethy and Chapman, visited the headquarters of the Lakeside Company. Andrews was making a periodic review of the audit work performed. To date by Carol Mitchell, Art Heyman, and Paul Rubens. He also wanted to discuss the examination with Benjamin Rogers, president of Lakeside. During every engagement, Abernethy and Chapman auditors attempted to keep the client's senior management advised of the progress being made. In addition, several matters had been brought to Andrews' attention that he felt should be discussed with Rogers. The first of these issues concerned a major addition being made to the company warehouse. In reading the minutes of the board of directors meetings, Andrews had noted the board's approval of a $220,000 expansion and renovation to this facility. Early in December, Andrews inspected the actual construction work, which was approximately 1/4 complete at that time. Then at year-end, a bank confirmation was mailed to the Virginia Capital Security Bank. I hate how they say was mailed. They didn't even say who mailed it. The organization financing the project. The completed confirmation returned by the bank indicated that Lakeside had borrowed $100,000 to date. When asked about the construction, Rogers described Lakeside's negotiation. When asked about the construction, Rogers described Lakeside's negotiation. A $200,000 mortgage loan to finance the expansion. The cash was to be provided to the company in 4 equal monthly installments beginning on November 15th. According to Rogers, this entire construction project, both the addition and the renovation, should be finished by March 1st, 2013. Although we can't be sure of the total cost just yet, it should be approximately $225,000. We will use Lakeside's own funds to finance costs over and above the $220,000 loan. We borrowed the money from Virginia Capital at a 10% rate. I talked to a number of other banks and lenders, but that was the best rate that was available at that time. Several potential accounting problems involving the expansion concerned Andrews. First, he was worried that Lakeside might already be recording depreciation expense on the addition, even though it was not yet in operation. Rogers assumed that the company's method of accounting was correct, but suggested that Andrews discuss the handling of this matter with the controller. Andrews also wanted to verify that Lakeside was properly capitalizing the interest costs incurred during the construction as required by Statement 34 of the Financial Accounting Standards Board (FASB). Rogers confessed that he knew nothing about this particular accounting pronouncement. He was virtually certain, though, that Lakeside would have expensed any interest on the debt. However, no interest charges had yet been paid or recorded in connection with the project. Rogers suggested that the audit team calculate an appropriate adjustment to capitalize this interest for the current period. Andrews' final what? I didn't know that's how you apostrophize something that already has an S on the end of it. So, like, how do you make the possessive of McDonald's? Because McDonald's is already a possessive noun, so that's why I was kind of writing my paragraphs kind of weirdly in that project. Well, everyone else always just had an apostrophe S for every time, but that's not. Is that even the correct way to do it? Andrews' final concern in auditing the warehouse expansion involved Lakeside's method of separating repair expenses from capitalized costs. Improper capitalization of expenses was an issue in several recent accounting scandals, and this issue was discussed during the fraud brainstorming session by the audit team. The board of directors minutes had indicated that the old warehouse facility was to be repaired as part of the construction work. Andrews was interested in the procedures being used by the company to isolate these repair costs. Rogers replied that no special techniques had been incorporated to account for the construction project, as with all expenditures except for inventory purchases, which were handled separately. Invoices were coded by the controller's office upon receipt. This process required each invoice to be stamped and an account number written in to identify the appropriate debit entry for the transaction. Thus, all invoices were reviewed and classified at that time to separate capital expenditures from repair expenses. Rogers stated that his signature was also necessary on all invoices that required a payment of over $200, but he made no attempt to verify the accuracy of the account coding. Andrews then moved the discussion to the issue of the seventh store, which Lakeside had begun operating on December 1st, 2012 in Williamsburg, Virginia. Carol Mitchell had informed Andrews that Lakeside made a $21,000 payment on November 28th, 2012 to Rogers Development Company. The corporation that constructed this building and was leasing it to Lakeside. She also revealed that Benjamin Rogers and his wife owned Rogers Development Company. The entire $21,000 had been charged by Lakeside to a prepaid rent account, with 1/12 of this total being subsequently reclassified to rent expense. What about for the month of December, Andrews was very concerned as to whether this rental agreement constituted a capitalized lease based on the criteria established by Statement 13 of the FASB. He was also concerned as to the possibility that Rogers Development Company might actually be a variable interest entity, also known as a special purpose entity that may need to be consolidated with the Lakeside Company's financial statements. Rogers adamantly refused to even entertain the possibility that this arrangement might be a capital lease or that Rogers Development Company might be a special purpose entity. Immediately brought out the rental contract between Lakeside and his construction company. The agreement is for 1 year only. We will renegotiate on a year-by-year basis. The board of directors fully agrees with the handling of this matter. In addition, the price is quite reasonable for that store at that location. I even checked into this matter with a lawyer before drawing up the contract. Neither a bargain purchase option nor a transfer of ownership is included in the lease. Dude, we literally just covered this in intermediate accounting too. And also, what the heck was... Okay, I forgot. It doesn't even, those are matters where you would differentiate between a financing lease and an operating lease. So what the heck, is a capital lease just another name for one of those two types of leases? I don't know. The building has a useful life of at least 25. Dude, all of these requirements are... These are just a literal list from our textbook of ways that you determine if any of those requirements are met, then it's considered a financing lease. But he's saying none of them is met, therefore it's an operating lease. So maybe a capital lease is the same thing as a financing lease. Building has a useful life of at least 25 years. Thus, the 1 year contract is for a period of time less than 75% of the property's economic life. Finally, since the residual value is not guaranteed, the $21,000 payment fails to satisfy the 90% present value criterion. Dude, oh my gosh. Wait. This lease simply does not meet any test for being a capital lease. So I'm assuming capital lease is the same thing as finance lease, right? Because they used the term finance lease in my textbook. Is anybody in my class other than that one kid in both auditing and intermediate accounting too? Well, either they are in it now or they were in it before, probably. Anyways, Andrews was quite surprised by Rogers' fervor and knowledge of this FASB statement. Upon further questioning, the president indicated that growth is important to me. Let me just look this up. Financing lease, or is it called finance lease? Okay, so finance lease versus... Stop! Okay. Blah. Dude. They're not the same? Oh, you've got to be kidding me, dude. Financial lease? Why would they... I don't know, dude. Growth is important to me. To grow, Lakeside has to be able to borrow money and thus needs a good debt-to-equity ratio. By financing the building in this manner, the construction debt is actually mine and not that of the company. I plan to earn a reasonable return on my investment, but even more importantly, Lakeside maintains its borrowing potential. I do realize that this lease qualifies as a related party transaction and will have to be disclosed in a note to the financial statements. However, I'm not sure that anyone actually reads those notes. I'm not sure that anyone actually reads those notes. Dude. Contentions. Andrews was concerned by Rogers' contentions and decided to discuss the issue with Dan Klein, the audit partner on the engagement. Before taking further action, he wanted to read Statement 13 once again to see if any guidance was offered by the pronouncement about capital leases. Andrews also wanted to review FASB Interpretation 46 about variable interest entities. Thus, he chose to forego additional discussion with Rogers concerning the lease and move to his final agenda item, Lakeside Store 6. Store 6 first began operations in November of 2010, but had never proven successful. The previous audit firm had even qualified its opinion on Lakeside's 2011 financial statements because of Rogers' unwillingness to record or disclose the impairment of the value of the company's investment. Although sales were up slightly in 2012, the store continued to show a considerable loss after 2 years of operation. The adjacent shopping center was still having its own problems, with less than 60% of the available space being rented. I thought it was 40% was being rented, but it says less than 60%. Well, anyways, reviewing King & Company's work papers disclosed that last year an appraisal had been obtained and set the value of the store at $150,000. Andrews believes that Store 6 is capable of generating only a marginal profit over its expected life of 20 years. See the cash flows by store in case 7. Nice. Over it is expected life. Nice job, buddy. When questioned, Rogers was somewhat philosophical about the situation. We studied that market before we went into it. We felt that the location had long-range potential, and we still do. When Rogers was reminded of the appraisal, he was adamant. Okay, why is the grammar so terrible here? They're missing a quotation mark. They said "it's" with an apostrophe instead of without, and then this part is not grammatically correct either. They put in an extra apostrophe here. An extra quotation mark here. When Rogers was reminded of the appraisal, he was adamant. I rejected that amount last year. I am not planning to sell the store. I believe that my decision to operate that store in the long term will be a wise investment. Lakeside is not the kind of company. Okay, my gosh, this is so messed up. He's still talking here. He's talking this whole time, but they messed up the quotation marks. Come on. Lakeside is not the kind of company that enters an area on an impulse and then pulls up stakes if things don't go our way at first. We can make that store a success, and we will. I wasted too much time last year arguing with King Company over this issue. As you know, that firm is gone, and the store is still at the shopping center making sales. Store 6 will be doing business for as long as Lakeside is in business. I really have nothing further to say on the matter. I don't feel like looking at the questions. We will look at exhibits. The Board of Directors meeting. Thank goodness it's not that long. Board of Directors meeting, September 1st, 2012. Rogers and a bunch of people. Yep. Rogers, dude, they just, okay. Rogers distributed Lakeside's interim financial information for the first 2 quarters of 2012 and discussed the major changes in results from the previous year. Questions followed concerning specific revenue and expense items. Discussion centered on methods for increasing store sales, especially at Store 6. Rogers stated that he was confident the new bonus incentive system would generate additional sales by encouraging the management of each store to be more aggressive. Rogers offered a motion that a $15,000 cash dividend be paid to the owners on record as of September 10th. The motion was seconded by Verga with discussion following. Rogers explained that the dividend was less than the previous year, but that the company needed to maintain a strong liquidity position to ensure growth. This motion passed unanimously. Rogers indicated that the 7th Lakeside store would be opening on or about December 1st to take advantage of the Christmas rush. The store is being built in Williamsburg, Virginia, by Rogers Development Company, a company wholly owned by Rogers and his wife. Rogers offered a motion that Lakeside sign a 1-year lease for this property. Beginning on December 1st, 2012, at a price of $21,000 per year to be paid in advance. Verga seconded this motion and discussion followed. Reese asked for an explanation for having Rogers construct the facility instead of Lakeside. The president indicated that this arrangement was designed to protect the debt-to-equity ratio of the company. This motion passed unanimously. Rogers offered a motion that $200,000 be borrowed to build an addition to the company warehouse as well as to renovate the present facility. Motion was seconded by Arnold and considerable discussion followed. Rogers stated that the warehouse roof needed immediate repair because leaks were endangering the inventory. At the same time, because of the increased growth of distributorship sales, the facility no longer would hold an adequate supply of merchandise. Rogers said that he had already received an estimate of $220,000 for both fixing the roof and increasing the size of the warehouse by approximately 1/2. Of this amount, Lakeside would borrow $200,000 and put up the rest from current funds. Concern was expressed because of the high interest rates being charged at the present time. Reese suggested that Rogers talk with several lenders in order to obtain the lowest possible rate. This motion passed unanimously. The meeting adjourned. Exhibit 2, standard form to confirm account balance information with financial institutions. Well, that's funny. I don't know what this is. Rental agreement. The following shall constitute a legal agreement between Rogers Development Company, lessor, and the Lakeside Company, lessee, as to the leasing of the land and building property located at 910 2nd Street in Williamsburg, Virginia. The agreements between the lessor and the lessee are as follows. The lease shall run from December 1st, 2012 through November 30th, 2013. The lessee shall deliver to the lessor a payment of $21,000 prior to the initial lease date as stated above. This payment shall give the lessee sole privilege to use the property for the period of time of the lease. All utilities, property taxes, and maintenance costs associated with the property for the period of the lease shall be the sole responsibility of the lessee. Any permanent improvements of the property shall be the sole responsibility of the lessee, subject to prior written approval of the lessor. Any attachments to the property shall become the property of the lessor. Subject to the laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia, the lessee makes no guarantee as to the value of the property at the end of the lease period, but does guarantee to repair any physical damage to the property. The lessor agrees to maintain adequate insurance coverage on the property, while the lessee agrees to maintain adequate insurance coverage on the contents wherein. There's one issue. B. B. No, there's A, B, C, D, and E. Audit objectives to verify that expenditures are legitimate and that repair and maintenance costs are properly classified, and that no portion should be capitalized. Population, all changes to repairs and maintenance. AC 641, what the heck is that? This is just expenses in general, because it just looks like it's repairs and maintenance in general. Wait. Sample of judgmental. All expenditures over $500 and 10% of what? What does that mean? 10% of 3 less than $500? What does that even mean? What do you mean 10% of 3? What? I'm so confused. There's $300, 100 something, 62. Okay, so there's a bunch here. Like, look at all these. All these are clearly less than $500. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, there's 5 I noted there. Various. I don't even get what this means, whatever. The account appears fairly stated in accordance with GAAP after adjustments C, D, and pending E. Well, what was A then? A, discussed work with Edward Thomas appears to be a legitimate expense. Wait, what is this? Renovated restrooms at office? Why was that discussed? B, Paving and landscaping should be capitalized. Apparent coding error. Advertising expense. And then E needs to be finished up. Author's note, in practice, the details of these payments would be given. We have consolidated them because of space limitations. And then we have this. And anyways, I'm done. Okay, please have my grade for my test. I've been checking this for so many weeks now. How many weeks ago was that test? That was like the beginning of April. Wasn't it like April 6th? Wait, let's see here. That test I still haven't gotten a grade on yet. That I've been waiting forever for the grade. April 6th. It's been an entire month of waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. Still not getting my grade. I mean, maybe if I asked him about it, he'd be like, I don't know. Because hasn't he graded them and he just hasn't posted on Canvas? So it took me 34 minutes to do the audit reading. That was funny. I did it well in advance. And now I have to do tedious stuff. I have to do such tedious stuff here. So I decided I'm not just going to click through these three and not learn anything. I'm actually going to study them while I'm doing it because I need to study for that test on Thursday over this material. Like, this is like half of the material I need to study for the test on Thursday, and the other half I already clicked through it without studying. But this is going to take forever because there's so many concepts. This is going to take forever because it would normally take me like how long to do each one without studying. But then I actually have, okay, thank goodness it's only 32 because it's been up to like 50 before. No, I'm not familiar with the material. I'm going to have to learn it as I go through it. So, yep, time for this to take 1,000,000 years. But one thing first. That was funny. Yep, I'm home by myself as far as I can tell. But I completely wasted my opportunity because I had no idea that was going to happen. So thanks. Gosh dang it. Gotta be kidding me. You sniffed. Gosh dang it. Individuals outside government need financial transparency in order to assess governmental performance for making what types of decisions. Whether to work for public entities, whether to locate in a city, whether to invest in municipal bonds. That's funny. The Gatsby User Guide, titled An Analyst's Guide to Government Financial Statements, points out It points out the process of drawing meaning from financial statement data is an art form, not a science. Funny. The Gatsby definition of financial position is closely related to the concept of liquidity. Funny. Very, very funny. The ICMA's term closely aligns with the Gatsby definition of financial position because both terms focus on the shorter-term balance sheet concept, addressing whether the government is able to meet its current obligations. The willingness and capacity to meet financial and service obligations. Are the two components of which of the following? The answer is financial condition. The willingness and capacity to meet financial and service obligations is financial condition. All relevant financial information that is fully and freely available to users is the definition of financial transparency. In its guide titled What You Should Know About Your Local Government's Finances, the Gatsby points out that government managers need to demonstrate to citizens which of the following. So the answer is they are financially accountable for raising enough resources. For raising enough resources for the government to remain financially viable, they spend resources responsibly. The short-term concept that focuses on the assets that are cash or are normally converted to cash in the near future and liabilities that require cash in the near future is referred to as financial position. According to the ICMA, financial condition is composed of which of the following types of solvency? I don't know. That's funny. Literally everything. Financial condition is long run solvency, cash solvency, budgetary solvency, service level solvency. The International City County Management Association's definition of cash solvency closely aligns with the Gatsby's definition of what? Individuals outside government need financial transparency in order to assess government performance for making what types of decisions? Whether to locate in a city, whether to work for public entities, whether to invest in municipal bonds. The Gatsby defines something as a composite of a government's financial position, of a government's financial position and its ability and willingness to meet its financial obligations as they come due and to meet its commitments and provide services. The Gatsby User Guide, titled An Analyst's Guide to Government Financial Statements, points out which of the following. Dude, all of these things are technically correct. They're just like, they just want you to memorize what was said where, because they're dumb. Like, seriously, why? Why? The process of drawing meaning from financial statement data is an art form, not a science. A probability that a government will meet both its financial obligations to creditors, consumers, employees, taxpayers, suppliers, constituents, and others as they become due, and its service obligations to constituents, both currently and in the future, is referred to as financial condition. Funny. Most of this stuff is just about terms. Terms. Dude. It's funny how we're going to spend one class period covering 3 chapters, and then we're going to take a test on it the next period. Like, what the heck? What the heck is that? What on earth is that? Dude, what if all the multiple choice questions on the test are basically just exactly the same questions as these questions that I'm currently answering? That'd be so funny. Maybe I should just study this and not even read the book, just study this and then hope that that's where it gets the questions from. Oh my goodness. How are we supposed to cover 3 chapters in one day anyways? How? That makes no sense. That's literally what the announcement stated. Look at this. It says class accountability chapters. I'm assuming that's chapters 10 to 12, right? And then all of those chapters, like those 3 chapters that we took one class period to cover, plus 3 more chapters that we covered in the past couple of weeks, are going to be on the multiple choice exam on Thursday. And then we'll watch a movie and take a quiz on Friday. Oh my goodness. You know what's funny? One time I had a class project I had to do at the end of the semester. I didn't turn it in. And then I asked the professor if I could take an entire extra week to finish it after the semester was over. And he said yes. I literally turned in a project a week after the semester was over. And he didn't even take off any points for it being turned in late. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Gatsby views economic condition as a composite measure with which of the following components? I don't know. I got it exactly 100% incorrect. That's funny. Oh. Like, this one is technically a correct answer, it's just not in the guide. Like, I hate this type of question. Why are you testing us on what's in what guide? I don't care where you find the information. I barely even remember what I did last semester. I barely remember what I did last semester. It's so weird. Like, look at my last semester grades. Seriously? How did I end up with those grades? 3 A's and an A minus. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. I shouldn't have gotten that. Dude, wait a minute. I didn't get an A. My federal income tax grade at the end of the semester was like 80-something%. How does that make any sense at all? I thought I got an A minus in that. What the heck? Didn't I get an A minus in 2 things? I somehow got A's in everything. Dude. Except for this. I still don't have a C up to this day. I still don't have a C on my college transcript. I've literally never gotten a C in a single class yet. How? I literally predicted I would get a C plus in governmental accounting. Maybe that was a bit too harsh. I don't know. I mean, I still have to write that memo and take a test. I don't know how I'm going to do on the test. I don't know what my grade on the last test was. I don't know what the heck my grade is going to be on that cities project. So, I mean, I still could get a C in that class. Like a C minus is technically passing, according to these enrollment requirements. Like for every single enrollment requirement it's a C minus is a passing grade, right? C minus is the passing grade. If it's not a C minus, then it's not passing. Like, look, every single thing that has a prerequisite requirement, like even this is just, you have to pass these classes. P? Does P mean you didn't even have to get a C minus? You could have just gotten a D minus and still passed? Like, I don't even know what the definition of passing a class is. Is it C minus or better? I think. Like, it P. C minus. C minus. So. But, like, how on earth is this my last semester performance? Like, what on earth? This is my cumulative GPA. My GPA last semester was my 3.925. .2 GPA for this one. How did I get an A in this class? Dude, I was like so close to getting a B plus in this class. I was like a hair away from getting a B plus. It was like a 90.04% or something. I mean, I wonder if she would have just rounded it up to 90. Because that's what my professors have done in the past. Because like last semester, there's no way I really deserved 3 A's. I didn't deserve 3 A's in fall last semester. This is insane. In my tax class, I had like, it was like 80 something percent, and he gave me an A. How does that make any sense? Dude. Okay. Oh my. I keep forgetting. I keep thinking of the three of the classes I need to take. I mean, there's still Excel for Business, which is I need to fit that in somewhere, but what's the one class I'm forgetting about here? That was funny. Like these three are the ones here, but okay, so this, and one more. Which one is the last one that I'm forgetting? This? Wait, what? Hold on a second. Do I really only have 3 more classes? Because it's just the internship. That's it. So I really do only have 3 more classes. 4 because of But where the heck is the Excel for Business class? I can't even find it. It should be already here. Wait, I'm so confused. What about Excel for Business? What? Where would that be located? I'm confused. I'm so confused. Where's Excel for Business? Did I accidentally skip over it somehow? In progress. Took those. Advanced Accounting 1. Cost Accounting. Advanced Business Law. So where's Excel for Business then? I thought it would be here. Math. It says my business required core is complete. And then the only one left is internship. So where's Excel for Business? I thought that was a class I still needed to take. I remember having some weird conversation about that with somebody. Or was I confusing that with something else? I think I was like debating whether or not I had to take business analytics, but I was getting that confused with something else. Wait a minute. So business analytics. It's not business analytics, right? It's literally, that's just its own category. That's fun. What else here? Where's the Excel for Business class? I don't get it. I'm sure that was one class I still needed. Math? No, it's not going to be in math. Dude, they literally just wanted you to take one course for math. Wait, what? Stop losing my place. So microcomputer applications, I already took that one. Where's Excel for Business? I don't get it. Did they remove it? I'm certain that was on here. I thought Excel for Business was on here. What is going on here? Business Admin 1810. So I think Business Admin 1810 might actually be Excel for Business. Like if I look this up, they might still make me take Excel for Business, even though it's not showing up. Like maybe that's why I was so confused. I'm sure that was something. Like what was 1810? Dude, come on. Microsoft Excel for Business. Microsoft Excel for Business. Okay, so it's so hilarious. In my degree progress, they don't list. They replaced microcomputer applications with Microsoft Excel for Business. So I don't even know if I need it or not. Like, where's the conversations I had? I remember having this conversation with my advisor or something. Stop saying or something. Well, this is a great idea to be showing my sent emails. Why do I have so many emails anyways, dude? Yes, I was talking with my advisor about the Excel class. It says Excel. This is so freaking hilarious. Like my advisor said, Excel. I still need 1830 Excel. Do I still need to take Excel 18? Do I still need to take Business Administration 1830 or not? Because it's not in my degree requirements, because it was replaced with microcomputer applications. Of course I X'd out my tab. So the question is, do I need to take the Excel class or not? I still don't know. I mean, it'd probably be extremely useful to take it, but if I'm not required to take it, I'm not going to take it. It's not listed in my degree progress because if you go to degree progress and you go to, I'll probably just ask him that question when I register for classes. Like, do I actually need to take the class? Because according to this, I don't. It says it's already satisfied. Business required core is satisfied already, even with the microcomputer applications course. It says it, if you look in past, it replaced Excel for Business with this class. It replaced it. So the question is, on the degree progress page, it replaced Excel for Business with microcomputer applications, implying that I don't need to take the class. And my professor was acting weird about it because he's like, but 1830 is not fulfilled. I know it's not fulfilled. It just doesn't seem to be. It seems like it's replaced. Like this class is replacing that class on my transcript or something. So do I need to take it or not? I literally don't know. I could have gotten rid of the image a million years ago. And so, like, I just took a look at the classes I need to complete the degree. It's only 3, unless the Excel class is required, which means it's 4 classes. And I think the Excel class might only be 1 credit. I'm not going to go back and look at it, but man, if it's only 3 classes next semester, that's not going to be so bad. But at the same time, I want to take more than 4. How about no? How about no? How about I don't? Please. Please. You sniffed. You sniffed. You sniffed. Dude, this is stupid. I'm seriously just not doing anything. Okay, why is that so stupid? Like, oh my gosh. What was the answer? Factors affecting a government's financial condition. Why is it environmental, financial, and organizational? Dude, you literally have to memorize the list environmental, organizational, and financial for no reason? Why? What? Oh my gosh. Oh, great. Dude. I wasn't like staring at. I wasn't like trying to think about that question for 5 minutes straight. I was thinking about other stuff. That was funny. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Dude, wait, I'm such a moron. I'm confusing intergovernmental with intragovernmental. Okay, that has to be. Okay, come on. What? I'm stupid. Oh my gosh. The most difficult environmental factor to measure is political culture. Who cares? Who cares? That was funny. What on earth? Well, this one's in the name. Oh my gosh, that was funny. Really? What is this? What is this? What is this? I mean, in this case, I would just memorize a bunch of equations. Like, just go through the book and write down all the equations. But, like, what? I don't know what all these measures even are. Debt service. Hold up. Where's the 30 out of 0 assignment? Hold up. Isn't that supposed to be on there somewhere? Maybe it's not on the assignments thing, it's just in the grades. It's right here, attendance. Well, 30 out of 0, but where is it in the assignments? I didn't see it here. Is it this? It just doesn't show here. That's fine. Like, all my grades, like this grade's 92%. So my grades not. The way they show up right now is 92, 96, 109, and 102. That's how they show up right now. And I literally predicted getting a C+ in this class. I have no idea. Revenues over expenditures. Okay, it's probably going to be... Okay, this is such an easy question. Duh, this was easy. Oh, come on, there's so many things. What on earth? This is like financial statement analysis, but for government. What on earth? Well, that's... Available legal. Well, this is cumulative depreciation divided by average cost of depreciable assets, and then available legal debt limit is general bonded debt divided by legal debt limit. Large percent resulting. Unrestricted net position ratio. Like all these equations I haven't even looked at. Like, it would be kind of helpful if I had all the equations in front of me for these. Come on. Sniffed. That was fun. That was funny. I have no idea. We're just gonna guess, and the answer is unrestricted net position divided by total revenue. The debt service financial indicator. Debt service financial indicator is what? It is... I don't know, whatever. The answer is principal and interest payment of debt divided by general fund operating revenue. If the expenditures per capita is increasing, an analyst should do what? Determine which functions are increasing. Determine if there are sufficient revenues to pay for these. Determine if the increase represents increased services or new services. Inter-period equity equals what? I don't know. We're just going to see what it is. Inter-period equity equals net revenues divided by total expenses. Gross revenues plus or minus the effect of internal transfers, special items, and/or extraordinary items. Net revenues divided by total expenses. The decision to include all governmental funds or only the general fund should be used in the calculation of financial ratios depends in part on how large the general fund I don't know. It says is. Relative to all government fund types. Match the name of the performance measure. Gosh, 4 more of these things. State of the local economy by comparing current revenue collected to prior year. Measure of the government's capacity to raise additional sales tax if needed. Measure of the extent to which the government's business type activities are funded with current year service charge revenues rather than prior year resources or subsidies from other funds. Is it this? Available legal debt limit. I am throwing my keyboard over there. Dude, I wonder how screwed I would have been if I had procrastinated as much last year for federal income tax as I have this year on all my classes in general, because that class was so stinking hard. Even though I studied for it like 6 hours a week. I was literally forced to study for it 6 hours a week because, well, not literally forced. I was essentially forced to study for that class 6 hours a week because I had to sit in the library 6 hours a week, and I decided to use most of that time to study for federal income tax. And I still barely managed to get like an 88 or 80 something percent in the class, and he gave me an A for an 88%. Did he grade on a curve or something? Like, what was that? Was the Canvas grade inaccurate? I don't understand what that was about. I'm sure my final grade in the class was like an 80-something percent, and he gave me an A. Can I just, like, I don't know what sensitive information it would even show. Is it going to show my applications. It says this one was received. Like, why can't I get like more? Like, I applied to library positions. Like, it's so funny. Okay, I applied to this position. This is the only thing I applied to for the summer so far. And it's so hilarious how I actually applied to this exact same thing 2 years ago. I didn't even realize I had. I applied to the library position here twice. I don't remember doing that twice. Twice? What the heck? That's funny. What does that even mean, inadequate capital expenditures? What does that mean? What's funny? Man, this feels like financial statement class. So, I wonder how many people are doing that extra credit, because like it seems like a lot of them are now that they have so much extra time. Oh my gosh. Like, he doesn't even have an official due date for it. He doesn't even have the memo thing on Canvas yet. I don't even know when that's due. How long have I even been doing this stupid thing? 1.5 hours? I'm only 20 concepts into this one chapter. My goodness. I mean, theoretically, I need to do this for 6 chapters. I'm barely even through one chapter. I'm not close to done with one chapter yet. After 1.5 hours. Bonded debt per capita. I thought it was. God. What? Oh, that. What? I don't even remember any of this. I thought it was decrease in property values. What? Yay, a list of 4 words. My gosh. Oh my gosh, finally. That took like 2 hours. Although that's not too bad considering last semester I used to spend like 3 hours on the federal income tax smart book assignments. 2 hours to do one. 5 more to do. That's funny. I've only done 1 out of 5. When can I just have my grade? It's so hilarious how doing this actually probably decreased my grade slightly. Because my grade is over 100%, so getting 100% on an assignment will actually decrease my overall grade. When is he ever going to grade that exam? I just don't know when. Somebody did get 0 on the memo. I was slightly above the lower quartile. I was like the 25th percentile in the class. I didn't do so well compared to most people. Like most people actually, I mean, if the median was a 38, okay, it was a very small range because the median was 38, and then the lower quartile was 34.7, so was not too big of a range. High score was 47.88. I was slightly below the mean. No, the mean is very skewed because somebody got a 0. So, but the median was 38.54. Man, if only I could get the final or the other exam grade, dude. What other assignments are there anyways? The cities project, still need that. That's gonna be that's gonna be the biggest part of my grade actually, the cities project, so I better like put some actual effort into that. Like if I could get everything right theoretically, considering that he gave us a bunch of check numbers. Man, maybe I'll be fine. I mean, I could still get like a 50% on this test. We'll have to see. Becker, this is the Becker thing I have to do for auditing. Hold up. Is this going to provide information on how to get started on it? Or? Okay. Yeah. Right. Still have to do that. Graduating. Scholarship application. Well, that's the priority deadline. Oh, now we have to go through 5 more of these things. That's fun. And I'm literally going to wait to do this reflection paper until the day it's due because I kind of already worked on it a little bit right after our field trip. I recorded like a 30-minute video of me answering all the questions off of the top of my head, or just like saying my answers to the questions out loud to myself. So I'll probably just like copy down the transcript of that and then organize it a little, and maybe add a few things and then turn it in. So that'll actually be somewhat easy. Like reflection papers aren't even hard, honestly, because there's just a lot of personal opinion and stuff. 50 points. Hopefully that's going to be like a free 50 points. Oh well. I don't know. That was funny. Now we have to do these. I wonder how many concepts these are going to have. $41. Pretty average for this class. It seems like you kind of, I don't know. I don't know why the number of concepts vary so drastically between different classes. This class has a lot of concepts in these, and like somebody was talking about how some of the legal assignments had like 80 concepts. One hour, 14 minutes estimated time. That's fun. That's funny. That doesn't include the time you spend reading the chapter. So that's why it takes longer for me to do the assignments. I didn't read the chapters. Even if you do read the chapters, it doesn't really help that much, honestly. Wait a minute, auditing? Oh wait. Wait, auditing standards? What is this chapter anyways? It's funny how I didn't even look to see what the chapters are about before I even did the Smart Book assignments. Like, now I'm kind of curious. Okay, now this is done. Analysis of governmental financial performance. Well, no wonder it was like my financial statement analysis class. Well, it wasn't analysis of financial statements, it was analysis of government financial performance. This one, auditing of government and not-for-profit organizations. I mean, no wonder I just had an auditing question. I was like, what? Oh, man. I don't want to do that. Auditing of government and not-for-profit organizations. 12. Budgeting and performance measurement. Oh my gosh. Well, here you go. That's that. Accounting standard. Oh, auditing standards. Oh, man. Hey, I know a lot of this stuff because I'm in an auditing class. That's fun. I wonder if this will be easier than I'm thinking because I'm in an auditing class already. Is it false? No, it's true. Oh, because component units. Dude. Wait, what? Auditors refer to something to indicate the level at which the quantitative or qualitative effects of misstatements will have a significant impact on the user's evaluation. Ha! This is so easy! Wow, finally something I actually know a little bit about. Who would have thought that I actually learned something from the auditing class? What's opinion units? Okay, maybe not. Yeah, I'm totally using this tripod. It's next time I go to a competition. Because this tripod was so annoying to set up. I had to constantly set it up every time. Whereas this one, I can just put it down like that and just set it up. Which of the following are characteristics of opinion units? I don't know. I'm not even gonna try. Auditors must make separate materiality determinations for each opinion unit. Each opinion unit requires an opinion or the assertion that an opinion cannot be expressed. This is the language of auditing that I've become so familiar with them over the past semester. True or false? Only CPAs can be required to follow. Okay, that sounds false. The audit report will contain a formal opinion stating which of the following auditor conclusion regarding fair presentation of the audited financial statements. This is too easy. An engagement letter does which of the following? Specifies the scope of work is essential. Okay. If it is not appropriate for the auditor to express an unmodified opinion, the auditor should consult relevant authoritative pronouncements to determine what type of modified opinion should be issued, what types of modified opinions are available. Disclaimer, qualified, adverse. When more than one audit firm is used on an engagement, the principal auditor can make reference. Okay, yeah, I remember that. Oh my gosh. Materiality determinations. I don't know. Great. Maybe this and this? Government Accountability Office has developed something as set forth in the publication. Oh man! Wait. Government auditing standards. Okay. Opinion units include which of the following? I'm gonna guess that as one of the units. Government, each major governmental and enterprise fund, governmental activities, business type activities. The basic elements of the standard GAAP report include which of the following? This, for sure. Also a title that includes the word independent. If the auditor is unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit. I said audit because, wait a minute. Don't they use that phrase all the time? Okay, whatever. Sufficient appropriate evidence or is unable to conclude that there are not material misstatements, the auditor will have to issue what? Qualified. Is it qualified? Okay, either qualified, disclaimer. Okay, it's gonna be one of those two, right? Oh, come on! Wait a minute. That was just too broad of a sentence. It was too vague. Like it could be any of those four, literally, according to them. The way they worded it. True or false? Entities can engage more than one audit firm. True. I'm stupid because of component units. Okay. An engagement letter between the auditor and the organization. Dude, imagine if I just skipped studying this chapter just because I actually know a lot of this already. An engagement letter between the auditor and the organization. Should clearly specify what? This. I mean, oh, come on. How? Oh, I'm done. Okay, stop. Oh, come on. I don't know. Is it the yellow book? Okay, I said I didn't know, but I mean, I heard this before. I just. Government auditing standards are referred to as the Yellow Book, which of the following are characteristics of opinion units. Each opinion unit requires an opinion or assertion must make separate. Audit report will contain a formal opinion stating what? In something, auditors expressed an opinion on the fairness of an entity's financial statements, as well as whether the statements conform to GAAP. If it is not appropriate for the auditor to express an unmodified opinion, potential audits and services in the gas framework include which of the following? We're going to go with financial audits and this one. And also performance audits. I don't even know what an performance audit is. Okay, I don't know anything about generally accepted government auditing standards. I don't. Opinion units. Governmental activities. Each major governmental and enterprise. Wait. Each major governmental and enterprise. Financial audits include which of the following? No, compliance audit. Come on. Services relating to providing License. Independent assessments of the performance and management of the entity, program, service, or entity against objective criteria include this. And also operational audits. What on earth? Okay. An engagement letter between the auditor and the organization. Standards, type of audit to be performed. Generally accepted governmental set forth in the publication, which is referred to as the Yellow Book. Government Auditing Standards. GAGAS. Requirements, use of the word should, would be a presumptively mandatory requirement. Which of the following are characteristics of opinion units? Did I say characteristics? What? Minimum threshold. Speaking of auditing, he hasn't graded like our last 3 or 4 quizzes in auditing, but let's see. What were the quizzes that we've taken? I think up to week 11, right? So 3 of our quizzes have not yet been graded. What? Why does this have these 0 points? I don't know why. Also in 6, he hasn't graded. Like, I don't know why he didn't grade number 6. Chapter on competence and continuing professional education places responsibility on something to ensure that assignments are performed by staff that collectively have the knowledge, skills, and experience for the assignment. In something, auditors express an opinion on the fairness of an entity's financial statements as well as whether the statements conform to GAAP. When the auditor identifies audit findings, they should pinpoint the criteria, condition, cause, and effect of the findings. Oh, what does that even mean? Condition of the findings? I don't know. The condition. The condition? True or false, the objective of performance audits is to render a professional opinion? No. It says the objective is to provide evidence to assess performance rather than to render a professional opinion. Really? The types of audits and services in the GAS framework include well, that's easy. Wait, hold on a second. Actually, it's not clear which one of these two it is. The answer is waste. No, funny. Why were there only two options anyways? I don't know. Reporting confidential or who cares? Obtaining and reporting on reporting the views of responsible officials. Oh my gosh. Any of this stuff. Which one of these is the answer? It better be only 24 hours. It's actually 80. Dude, 80? That's insane. Wait a minute. What do they mean by hours? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe they just mean 80 hours total. I thought they meant like 80 credits. Because like that would be insane to have to complete 80 credits every 2 years. But it's 80 hours of continuing professional education. And the other cause. The principles are everything except for competence. Public interest, objectivity, integrity, professional behavior. Well, it's going to be nice to... Okay, you know what? I really need to know when my... No, it's Tuesday, right? No, Thursday. Right? The final for this class is on Thursday, right? According to the syllabus, it says it's on Thursday. So I'm going to assume that's when it is. I don't know why he was like kind of saying that people were complaining about there being back-to-back finals. Like, some people have back-to-back final. Like, I mean, that's how final exam week goes anyways. That's just because it's final exam week. Why? I mean, is he going to change it? Like, so I'm still going to have to go to class 3 days, 3 out of the 5 days, because I'm going to have to go to auditing class on Monday for the presentations, and then go to intermediate accounting for that exam on Thursday, and then go to governmental accounting on Friday. So 3 out of the 5 I still have to go to class. The only 2 days I don't have to are Tuesday and Wednesday. That's funny. But that's going to be 2 weeks from now. Well, not 2 weeks from now. Like, not this week, but next week, because this week is just regular old class, except for the fact that we have an exam in governmental accounting, and we also have presentations on Friday. I might actually have to give my presentation on Friday. I don't really know how he's going to determine who's going to give the presentations. Oh my goodness, dude! Like, can't. Like, the due date for the presentations is the Thursday before then. Or the paper and the presentation. No, the paper is due the Thursday, and then the presentations are due either, like, the tech... Hey, I actually gave a somewhat decent presentation for accounting information systems, although I was in a group presentation. These are going to be individual presentations. Literally every person is going to give their own presentation. Dude, what And it's all, isn't it going to all be over the same thing? Wait, hold on a sec. I need the instructions for this. Like, are we all going to choose different episodes or to watch of a certain show? Or what? How does this even work? Did he even give detailed instructions on this? Okay, this. It's got to be this, right? It's got to be this. Is this the instructions? I haven't even read these. Okay, so what if two people select the same episode? Paramount. You know what's interesting? Well, I can just go to YouTube and select an episode and pay for it. It's not that big of a deal. That's what I did for... I did an assignment where I watched an episode of a show. I watched an episode of... what's that show called? Dang it. Well, yeah, this one show, I selected an episode for it on YouTube and paid for it. Although I'm broke, but and then I actually tried to watch the series, and I did not like the series, so I stopped. Like, how much of it did I watch? Like, I may have watched a whole season of the series. I don't remember. I watched several episodes of it, and then I stopped because I just couldn't stand it anymore. Brooklyn Nine-Nine is the show I'm talking about. I literally stopped watching it because I didn't like it. Bar rescue. So it's you know what's interesting about this? Wait, what do you mean assigned question? This? Did he post the 17 principles of internal control? Man, I bet he better have posted that stinking thing. Because, like... Please. Come on, man. Dude, he said he was going to post it, didn't he? No, he hasn't posted it, has he? He said he was going to post the 17 principles thing. Oh, come on, man. Oh, wait. I wonder if it's here. Oh, thank goodness. So actually, he wasn't going to post it. He was just going to post a link to this article which describes the 17 principles. Please tell me this describes the 17 principles. Like, come on. Please. Wait. Not... Please tell me this has the 17 principles. Full report. There's no way this is 86 pages. Like, what? No! Wait. Like, what? This is an 86-page document that we're supposed to get our information from here. What? You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding. Principle 1. Like, there's 17 principles. Oh my gosh. Well, at least he posted it, but like, man, that's a lot of stuff, okay? Yep, I have to finish writing that paper and presentation. Like, I don't know. Because, like, I wish he would assign us days to do the presentation instead of having it just be random, like, all right, who wants to go first? All right, folks, who volunteers to go first? May 12th. Ask questions before May 12th. Well, you made the due date. Okay, on the 11th. Well, the PowerPoint. It says the in-class presentation of each student's PowerPoint will occur beginning at 3 p.m. on May 15th. Wait. No, but like, yeah, but what about Friday? I thought we were going to start our presentations on Friday, not Monday. No eye contact, reading off the slides. Does not rely on notes. $50 points for the presentation score. Speaks with appropriate volume, fluctuation in tone, clear subject, purpose of the topic with pertinent examples, facts, evidence. PowerPoint formatting and appearance has excellent, no noted grammar errors in the PowerPoint. It says you cannot rely on notes to get full credit. Oh, that's funny. I actually, for my AIS presentation, well, I did rely on the PowerPoint a bit, but I kind of had prepared what I was going to say in addition to the stuff that I had on the PowerPoint. So, like, my notes were the PowerPoint. So I was probably like in between this and this for the AIS presentation that I did. Page. Technical score. Sites. It's fun because okay, so is Bar Rescue? Wait, is Bar Rescue a reality show or not? Like when he described it at first, I thought it was a fictional show. It's reality television. I had no idea this was reality. I thought it was actually fictional. Never mind. Okay, well, it says semi-reality. Semi-reality? Are you kidding? Wait. Desperately failing bars. Well, that's fun. Huh. Well, I mean, this is pretty straightforward. Wait. So each episode is 41 to 42 minutes? Dang, there's 240 episodes. There's 8 seasons. Like, what? I mean, it's going to be pretty dang. Failed rescues. Nearly half of the bars featured through the midway point were unable to overcome their challenges. Failed rescues. Legal issues. So, it seems like half of the bars are unable to be fixed. Or rescued, rather. So there's 8 seasons, and they're currently doing the 9th season. Well, anyways, gosh dang everything. I mean, can I read 86 pages? Well, I'm not going to read the whole stinking 86 pages. I probably won't need to read the whole thing. I can just look through it for random information I need. I'm not going to use... Wait, am I going to use all 17 concepts in the presentation? Oh, come on. It literally says 17. Well, one or more of the principles. Describe and evaluate the bar's pre-rescue internal controls using the 17 principles of internal control. It says note its omissions. So, use all 17 unless it's not addressed during the episode, and in which case, note its omission. So... proposed recommendation. Gosh. Well... And this is going to be a paper and a presentation. What if I just read the paper out loud and got, half credit? The presentation thing, I could get 0 points for this. Oh, but the PowerPoint. So, I would get 0 credit for the PowerPoint. Wait. So you'd get, barely any points if you just read your paper out loud? How many pages is this paper, by the way? Oh, it doesn't say. There's no page length minimum. What are you talking about? You didn't make a page length minimum. It doesn't have... Okay. There's no page length requirements. I don't know why that's a thing in the rubric, and yet he doesn't even say grading, term paper style submitted, and oh, there is a page length requirement, 3 pages. Funny. I have to write a 3-page paper by Thursday. Yep, that's fun. That's fun. Well, at least we only have one source. Well, 2. The show and that 86-page document. Man, maybe it would have been nice to take notes during when he was talking about those 17 principles. I don't know. That's right. And interestingly enough, I missed 2 days of the auditing class because I was sick. I did my voice description. That was weird. near the beginning of the semester, I got sick. Was it like the second week of class I missed? Wait a minute. I think it may have been, because I remember I thought I was going to bomb that test or quiz, but I actually didn't. So it had to have been this one, right? No, not that. Maybe this one. Yeah, it had to have been this week. Literally week 2 of the class. Well, it was like the 3rd week of the semester. So because there's no way I got a 100% on that quiz. I mean, maybe I did. But stop. It's so hilarious how even when I do absolutely nothing to procrastinate, I mean, the only thing I did to procrastinate was like watch a video for a little bit too long after I ate lunch. That is a weird term. It's so hilarious I have to write a 3-page paper by Thursday. Oh, and I also have to study for that test where I have to read 6 chapters. Well, study 6 chapters for a test. Bye, Sniffy. I'm just going to write the answer. Okay, so like, oh my gosh, like I might actually have to give my presentation Friday. Like, don't just assume the best case scenario. Like, I don't know how he's gonna determine who gives their presentation. Like, I might have to like stay up super late trying to prepare for my presentation. Like, writing the paper is one thing, and then having to turn it into a presentation is another whole thing. Like, I might have to spend so much time on that. Or I might just get up early and do it or something. Like, I might like finish the paper by 10 p.m., go to bed, get up super early, and then quickly put together a presentation. Just in case I have to give it on Friday. Like, I don't even know. I wish he would just assign everyone days to present. Like, please don't be like, all right, who wants to volunteer? If nobody volunteers, I'm just going to pick somebody. What if they're not ready? Technically, they don't have to have it done until Monday. Like, technically, we could just all give our presentation Monday, but that would be really impractical. I mean, because there's no way everyone would have time to give all their presentation all at once on the same day. Or if he called on my name on Friday and I didn't have it done, I could just be like, I don't have it done yet. Like, can I give it on Monday instead? Please tell me he's just going to assign it beforehand. Like, just do a random, just randomly assign everyone a time to do their presentation. Or randomly divide us into the two groups of Friday and Monday, so that we know when we have to give it, rather than it just being random. I mean, than it just being unknown until the day of. That's fine. That was funny. I don't know. What is that? Report distribution. Presenting findings. Reporting on financial audits. Thanks for that, dude. So yeah, for organizational behavior, I watched an episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. chapter on competence and continuing professional education places responsibility on somebody to ensure that assignments are performed by staff that collectively. Okay. True or false auditors should determine whether identified threats to independence are at an acceptable level or have been eliminated or reduced to an acceptable level. The fundamental ethical principle, collective well-being of those being served by the auditor. What? The objective of performance audits is to render false. Well, the objective here is to just pass. Like, what if I got a C- in every class? What a... Dude, imagine. Like, what if... Like... No, truly, if the reading assignments are really actually worth the 200 points each for that strategic management class, I think I've already passed the class at this rate. Because that would be ridiculous. Because I could just skip the final case analysis and still, it would only be a small fraction of the whole giant amount of points got from all those reading assignments. But I'm going to assume that that's not how it works because I don't actually know. Although I could just ask him. Hey, Professor, are these reading assignments actually worth 200 points each? Yep, they are. Oh. Well, then I'm good. I don't need to even do the case analysis because I've already passed the class. I don't care about my GPA. I'll just pass without doing the case analysis. Like, look at this. Dude, okay. I keep getting distracted. Look at how I distract myself when I force myself to not watch YouTube or Cube or do anything. I find other ways to distract myself. But, like, look at all these points. Look at this. There's a total of 1,000... Okay, so there's a total of 2,875 points because of all the reading assignments. I don't know why those are worth so many points. Like, I skipped 2 individual assignments. 0 out of 30. And 0 out of 35. I skipped 2 individual assignments and my grade is still 96% because of all that stuff. And if I skip this final thing here, it's not going to be worth anything. It's going to be worth, like, nothing. I mean, it might decrease my grade by, like, a letter grade, but... And also, when the heck is this exit exam thing going to be graded? Or when am I going to get my feedback on that? I wish I could just get my feedback already on that thing. Something includes activities performed solely for the benefit of the requesting entity that does not provide a basis for conclusions, recommendations, or opinions. Is it non-audit work? You snip. The additional requirements for reporting on financial audits includes which of these categories? That was funny. Yep, distractions are fun. A something is a federal fund audit made on an organization-wide basis rather than on a grant-by-grant basis. What do you mean grant-by-grant? What does that even mean? Single audit. What? What the? Okay. Well... The correct statement is, in 1979, the OMB required that federal fund audits be made on an organization-wide basis. You sniffed. That was funny. Dude, wait. Responsibilities of the auditee? What? I also have the audit memo. I have the Becker thing. I have the case analysis for strategic management. I have the finish up the cities project. I have the memo for government. And that's about it. I just listed all the stuff I have to do other than this week's stuff. Other than the auditing presentation that I have to basically have done by Thursday night. I mean, I have to have the paper done by Thursday night, and I might also have to have the presentation done by then too, although I could kind of save some of the work for that for like Friday morning. Because, I mean, it all depends on whether or not I'm going to have to present it on Friday or Monday. It'd be kind of nice to have the whole weekend to finish up that audit presentation thing. I mean, I'm going to have the paper done by Thursday regardless. Like, most of the work is going to be done by Thursday night regardless. It's just that, like, turning it into a presentation, I don't know how long that could take a bit of time to turn it into a presentation. In 1979, the OMB required that federal fund audits be made on an organization-wide basis. That was funny. Oh, gosh. Wait, this is so easy. You just have to go in order of smallest to largest. Right? That's too easy. Oh my gosh. I mean, that's not going to be the type of question on our test because it's multiple choice. So let's see here. Total federal awards. What? Wait a minute. What? Wait. Oh, come on. Wait a minute. I think that this question had two similar questions but with different answers. Oh no. That was funny. Wow, you sniffed. Sniffed. I have no idea anything about this. Great Danes are low-risk Type A programs. That was funny. Once this OBS thing reaches 5 hours, that will mean that I've spent 8 hours with OBS recording, which essentially means I worked for 8 hours, although I kind of was distracted sometimes during the OBS recordings. I mean, like, when people are at work for 8 hours a day, do they actually spend the whole time working? Programs previously audited in at least one of the 2 most recent audit periods as a major program with no internal control deficiency identified as material weaknesses, opinion modifications, or significant question of cost in the most recent audit period, are considered which of the following low-risk Type A programs? Funny. That was funny. Which of these are general audit requirements for the Single Audit Act? Yeah, this was the question I was getting confused. God. I don't know. It says this must be done for each major program. Like, how well is this even going to prepare me for that test? I really hope. Like, I might literally just do these and then just move on because like, I have so many other things to worry about. I can't just spend all my time trying to perfect getting a perfect grade on that test. Because I have so many other projects I have to complete. But mainly, I mean, the main thing I'm worried about here is the, it's kind of weird how the thing I'm most scared about is the audit presentation assignment. I mean, obviously it's a presentation. That's kind of scary, but like that, I have to finish that thing by Thursday, so that's the thing that's due soonest. And it's going to be a presentation. So the combination of those two things makes it the scariest assignment. Even though the case analysis I'm going to have to do for that one class could be like 20 pages long. Like, I'm almost thinking I might not even have to do that, depending on how the points, the assignments are weighted. I don't even know. Like, even if the assignments were weighted correctly, that would still only be like, it would still be like 15% of my grade. So like, if I skip that plus the two other individual assignments, that'd be like 210 points total gone for my grade. So yeah, if I skipped it entirely, I think I would fail the class. But if I got like a 30 or 40% on it, I think I would still pass the class. Like, I don't even have to try very hard for that last assignment. I mean, if I really don't mind getting a C- in the class, but that was funny. But at the same time, I could skip it entirely and still end up with a B. I don't really even know at this point. I mean, my grade in the class right now could be like a 75%, and I don't even realize it. But I can't be bothered to like do all the math to figure out what my grade would be if the rating assignments were worth 20 points instead of 200 points. Even if they were worth 20 points, that's still that's still a decent chunk of my grade, because like, there's so many of them. I mean, there's how many chapters? And also, I'm being a little carried by my group projects. This is sad. Stop. Oh my gosh. I mean, probably this. I'm just going to select those two. And also all type A programs not identified as low risk. Well, funny. Time for a bad soundtrack. I don't know. Let's try this. I just thought it was going to be the middle of the three options. So, you sniffed. I really wonder what that multiple choice test is going to look like. Are there going to be any computational questions? Actually, I don't like when all the questions that we answered in class were not computational for the nonprofit stuff. Like, we didn't even do any like accounting journal entries, did we? Or maybe we did. I don't remember. It was so weird how we kind of basically didn't have class for 2 weeks in a row. Because, like, the first week we had the field trip, and then we had a really weird class on Thursday where we didn't really do much. We just talked about, like, all of our upcoming assignments and stuff, and the field trip. And then we literally took a week off of class this past week. Why did he do that? I don't know. Why would I know this? Well, I got the right answer. Within the earlier of 30 days after receipt of the auditor's report, or 9 months after the end of the audit period. Oh, funny. Oh, this question again, dude. Single audit reports must include what? I'm going to do this as guesses. Also, it says a report on compliance for each major program. According to subpart F. Like, if I grind this thing out tomorrow, I could actually finish studying for this exam by, man, this seems like a bad idea to be doing this, like, 3 or 4 days before the exam, because then I'm going to forget everything I studied. Because, like, it's kind of hard to review all this stuff all at once. Like, if I wait, if like the day before the exam, I want to review these 6 chapters, like, how am I supposed to review everything? I would just have to choose random stuff to review. I wouldn't be able to review everything. But you know what? I think I'm just going to do it this way anyways because it's easier, or because doing these smart book things is way easier than trying to write a paper. So I don't feel like writing the paper. I feel like doing this instead of writing the stop. Well, at least I'll be able to watch a TV show. That was funny. It was so weird, like Bar Rescue. I thought it was a fictional show when he talked about it originally. Nope. It's auditors' reports, financial statements, summary schedule of prior audit findings. I wonder if this is the proper way to study for this test. What if I bomb the test even though I did all these smart book assignments? Man, that would really suck. How many points is this test anyways? It's going to be like 100 points. Also, he combined 2 tests into one. Fun. Like, this was originally supposed to be 2 tests, Now it's going to be one test combining everything. That's awesome. But at least it's multiple choice only. Man, I'm so thankful it's just multiple choice. Like at this point, multiple choice tests are just seem so incredibly nice compared to what I've had to deal with most of the time for these tests. Oh man, I really hope the accounting test or the accounting final exam isn't going to be like just as long as the ones we've been having throughout the semester, because well, actually, is the final exam period going to be like an hour and 15 minutes long or something? Because that's not that significant of a difference in time. But like he kind of made it was kind of more like 2.5 hours because I got there half an hour early for the last test, and I went all the way until like pretty close to the end of the period, and still ended up with an 81%. Like I don't know if I would have been able to improve my grade anymore just by sitting there longer, but. Like I was actually going to turn it in like 20 minutes early, but the professor wasn't there, and I wasn't sure if I was supposed to just put it on his desk. So I tried to work on another problem, on one of the problems for like the next 15 minutes. I don't even remember if I like made any progress. Dang it. Did I just show his number? Gosh dang it! Whatever. It's 1 hour and 50 minutes. So technically 10 minutes less than his previous exam periods, but in practice it might actually I don't think we're going to be even allowed to get there early for final exams for that final exam, because there might be an exam in that classroom before in the period before that, so why is this so confusing?
Why is that the responsibility of the auditee anyways?
That's fine.
Huh? What? Wait. What? I'm getting this confused with another question. What?
I almost forgot about this reflection paper. Oh yeah, that's right. I can do that Friday night or afternoon or evening. I don't have to really worry about that until after I finish the audit project. That's How many concepts does this chapter have? Oh, come on! I'm literally disappointed that it has only 5 concepts. What? That has to be a mistake. Because this is the way I was going to study that chapter. Are you serious? Dang it, man. like you would think I'd be happy that there's only 5, but now that means I have to actually read the chapter to study it. Unless somehow that I only need to study these 5 concepts, but I highly doubt it. Why are there only 5 concepts? That's got to be a mistake. Every single other one of these assignments had in between 30 and 50 concepts, and this one only has 5. Like, it's not like this chapter's way shorter, right? It's not like a super short chapter. That's not how this works. They wouldn't write a chapter if it was that much shorter than the other chapters. They would just combine it with some other chapters. But let's see. Chapter 12. We'll go to the end of this here. Like, the main part of the chapter... Oh, are you kidding me? Okay, 520 is the last page there. 520... So 497 to 520. It's just a normal length chapter. It's like 23 pages long. And yet there's only 5 concepts. Fine. Dang it, man. I'm probably going to have to... Like, after I go through all the other Smart Book assignments, I'm probably going to go back to chapter 12 and just read the chapter. Because the Smart Book thing didn't give me enough stuff to study. That was funny. Yeah. A budget aids management in operating an organization more effectively. Wait, hold on a second. In operating an organization more effectively. Should be integrated with the financial accounting system, facilitates compliance with laws. Oh, come on. Budgetary comparison for a general fund and each major special revenue fund that has a legally adopted annual budget. He sniffed. A government accounting system allow a present fairly and fully disclose the funds and activities of the government unit in conformity with GAAP, determine and demonstrate compliance with finance related legal and contractual provisions. It's funny how I have no progress yet. Like, this is only 5 concepts and I don't have any progress yet. But common terminology and classification should be used consistently, that an annual budget should be adopted by every governmental unit, that the accounting system should provide the basis for appropriate budgetary control. Well, this is way too easy. Okay, well, I'm already done with that one. Now I have to go back to these ones that I clicked my way through to study because we have to take a test on this stuff. So, we can redo this. So now it's going to be the same, except I won't have concept progress, and it'll just be randomized instead of that being in a specific order. No, it wouldn't save time to actually read the information. It actually saves more time to answer incorrectly, see the correct answer, and then wait for it to come up again. So, wait, are we doing the right chapter anyways? Which chapter are we on right now? Chapter 13. Yes, because it's 13, 14, and 15. So, I mean, I could just not read chapter 12, even though, like, it had only 5 concepts. I have a feeling that it wasn't supposed to just be 5 concepts. But at the same time, it's really not that big of a deal if there's like 2 or 3 questions on the test from chapter 12 I don't know the answer to because there weren't enough concepts. That's not really going to determine whether I pass or fail the class. So maybe I won't study it. That's funny. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's just a multiple choice test. It's not that bad. Oh, that was funny.
I haven't answered a single question for this chapter yet. This is so funny. Effectively and efficiently used the assets with which they were entrusted, complied with applicable laws and regulations. I don't know. It's actually the state. The direct or indirect requests the direct or indirect request for money. Charitable solicitation. Well, that was too easy. For money, credit, property, financial assistance, or other things of value, on the representation that these assets will be used for a charitable purpose is referred to as charitable solicitation. NFPs must follow general laws that govern businesses unless they are specifically exempted. The organizational test for tax exempt status. The organizational test for tax-exempt status is that the articles of incorporation must limit the NFT's purposes to classifications in IRC Section 501. The articles of incorporation cannot benefit private interests. The articles of incorporation may not attempt to influence legislation as a substantial part of its activities. In IRC Section 501c3, organization An IRC Section 501c3 organization that receives its support from a small number of individuals or corporations and investment income rather than from the public at large is referred to as a private foundation. Wait a minute, what's a public foundation then? Okay, like all tax-exempt organizations, a political organization must meet an organizational test. That is, it must document which of the following, something or other. The purpose of the founding members, the intent of the founding members. The Form 990 filed by an NFP must be made available to the public for something years. 3. If the IRS applies an intermediate sanction that is characterized as a first-tier penalty, I don't know, a tax of 25% of the excess benefit must be paid by the disqualified person, who must also repay the excess benefit. The UBI. UBI. What is UBI? Dang it. Where's UBI? It's unrelated business income. Yeah, we talked about that for stuff. Okay, the unrelated business income for an asset that is mortgaged or debt financed income is calculated as which of the following? I don't know. Total income multiplied by the proportion to which the property is financed by debt. Well, fun. Okay, I'm not even going to read it. I'm just going to... Okay, this statement here is false. Here, I'm just going to read the explanation instead of reading the false statement. Churches, which are NFPs, do not require the state and federal governments to grant them legal and tax status because of the historical constitutional separation of church and state in the United States. The Articles of Incorporation must limit an entity's purposes to those described in the classifications of IRC Section 501 under this organizational test. A political organization, I don't know, a political organization must periodically report on Form 8872 the names and addresses of certain contributors, needs to have a separate bank account, provides an initial notice to the IRS that an organization is to be treated as a Section 527 organization unless exempt. The primary tool the government uses to collect information about the NFP and its activities this Form 990. If an NFP has income from an asset Dude, what if two people just by chance choose the same episode of the series? for the audit presentation. Like he has to make sure two of us don't choose the same episode. That would be so awkward. Oh my gosh. Like there's 240 episodes and like 20 people. So what are the chances that 20 people select 20 different episodes from the 240 episodes and no two episodes are the same? That's Dude, what the heck? Why is this so wet? Dude, this... If an NFP has income from an asset that is mortgaged or debt-financed income, e.g. rental of real estate on which the NFP holds a mortgage, that income is unrelated business income. Once an organization is recognized by the state as an NFP, the state's responsibilities include what? I don't know. The state's responsibilities include detecting cases. Hey! Oh, I remember that question because I remember that all I had to do is remember that's just the detecting cases. Detecting cases when managers or directors have diverted resources. Detecting cases when managers or directors have defrauded the charity and the public. Managers, directors have mismanaged the charity. Accountants and auditors play a critical role in assuring stakeholders that all NFPs the organizational test for tax-exempt status. Is that the articles of incorporation cannot benefit private interest, must limit the NFP's purposes to classifications in IRC Section 501. I mean that. Well, isn't this the same as this one? May not. This. Okay, so clearly. Okay, it's probably this. Okay, what? It's one of those two. Which one? I thought it was that one. Yeah, it was. So what the heck is this? So. The direct or indirect request for money, credit, property, financial assistance, charitable solicitation, NFPs. I really want to see how long it... I hate how this takes 5 years. Dude, why? I just want to see how long I recorded for before. I think it was 3 hours. Man. Come on. Is this in a different order right now?
Which order am I in right now? Okay, so this recorded for 2 hours and 51 minutes, something. Well, now I'm definitely over 8 hours of OBS recording for today. NFPs must follow general laws that govern businesses. Well, nope. It's literally the opposite of what I just said. Excise taxes for prohibited behavior on net investment income for failure to take certain actions. And if you take into account the full amount of time that went from starting from when I started working on homework today to now, I think it's actually been about 9 hours total, because if you include lunch. Like, I spent a bit of time eating lunch, so I started this at 9:10 a.m. It's been way more than 9 hours, actually. Facts. Political parties and campaign committees for candidates for government office are considered political organizations and are subject to special reporting and disclosures requirements. You sniffed. The Form 990 filed by an NFP must be made available to the public for 3 years. Hey, look, I'm getting through these questions because I'm getting some familiar questions. You sniffed. If the transaction... I don't even know what they're talking about. Within the taxable period, a second-tier penalty of something of the benefit is assessed on the NFP. Nope. 200% of the what? Of the excess benefit is assessed on the disqualified person. The power to give legal life. You sniffed. If an NFP has income from an asset that is mortgaged, if an NFP has income from an asset that is mortgaged, true or false, certain voter education. It says certain voter education activities or public forums conducted in a nonpartisan manner may not be considered prohibited political activity. The facts and circumstances on the amount of money, time, and energy spent on each case determine whether the organization be tax exempt. I don't know. It's referred to as as directorship. I don't know. Excess benefit transactions include unreasonable compensation, include sales of assets at bargain prices, include lease arrangements. In IRC Section 501c3, organization that receives its support from a small number of individuals or corporations and investment income rather than from the public at large is referred to as a private foundation. An organization declares its charitable intentions in Articles of Incorporation. A political organization must periodically report on Form 8872 the names and addresses of certain contributors. Provides an initial notice to the IRS that an organization is to be treated as a Section 527 organization, unless exempt, needs to have a separate bank account. The ratio used to determine whether debt service expense the ratio used to determine whether debt service expense is adequately covered by income would be calculated by dividing something by something. Divide revenue, support, and gains plus interest and appreciation expenses by debt service. That was funny. If the organization's managers are aware an excessive economic benefits transaction is improper, the NFP is assessed a tax of something 10%. The IRS is primarily interested in how the unrelated business income, was earned. How it was earned. When a non-for-profit corporation has voting or non-voting stock, is referred to as a what? Membership. When considering excessive benefits, a person who has substantial influence over the NFP's affairs is referred to as a disqualified person. What the uniform prudent management of Investment Funds Act of 2006 applies to NFP organizations that manage charitable funds and covers which of the following? Investing of funds, spending of endowment income. Oh, come on. Match each performance indicator with the ratio used to measure that performance indicator. I don't feel like doing mental
work to figure out what the answer is. So, I didn't even try to do that. Can the organization pay its current debts? Does the organization rely more on debt or equity to finance its operations? Debt divided by total assets. Is an appropriate amount spent on accomplishing the effectiveness of the NFP's gross program expenses divided by total expenses? Is the cost per achieved output decreasing over time? Program expenses divided by number of clients served. Ugh. If a state has conferred not-for-profit organization status on an organization, which of the following is accurate? I don't know. The answer is the NFP must still apply to the IRS for exemption from federal income tax. You sniffed. Small tax-exempt entities with gross receipts. I don't know. $50,000 or less per year will file Form 990NE postcard if the transaction is not corrected within the taxable period. A second-tier penalty of 200% of the excess benefit is assessed on the disqualified person. The amount of unrelated business income is excluded from taxation. The first $1,000. When the board of a not-for-profit corporation is self-perpetuating, it is referred to as a directorship. The Uniform Prudent Management of Investment Funds Act of 2006 applies to FDIC management funds and covers which of the following? Investing of funds and spending of endowment income. Once an organization is recognized by the state as an NFP, once an organization is recognized by the state as an NFP, the responsibility to represent public beneficiaries of charities and contributors lies with which of the following? I don't know. State. The responsibility to represent public beneficiaries of charities and contributors lies with the state. From 990 EZ, Form 990 EZ will be filed by tax-exempt entities with annual gross receipts of I don't know, between 50,000 and 200,000, and with less than 500,000 total assets. And it's funded, operated, and audited by the public at large rather than by a limited number of donors, is referred to as a public charity. True or false, NFPs are categorized into, I don't know. The answer is false. There are numerous ways that NFPs can be categorized. If the organization's managers are aware an excessive economic benefits transaction is improper, the NFP is assessed a tax of 10% of the excess benefit. Over-reliance on the ratio of program expenses to total expenses can result in systematic something. Under-investment in organizational capacity, under-investment in overhead. The IRS is primarily interested in how the unrelated business income was earned. When a not-for-profit corporation has voting or non-voting stock, it is referred to as a membership. If the IRS has classified an organization as a public charity, If the IRS has classified an organization as a public charity, data must indicate that the public support test has been met. I don't know which year, 5th? 6th. Once an organization is recognized by a state as an NFP, the state's responsibilities include the 3 detectings. That's funny. Detecting cases when managers or directors have mismanaged the charity. Detecting cases when managers or directors have defrauded the charity and the public. Detecting cases when managers or directors have diverted resources. Unrelated business income does not include the following: rents. I don't know, is it this? Somehow it doesn't include income from legally conducted games of chance? That is weird. What? What even is that? Income from activities in which substantially all of the work is done by volunteers. Dividends. Dividends income? Count. Okay, stop. The National Center. The National Center for Charitable Statistics developed a national taxonomy of exempt entities. Taxonomy of exempt entities that divides tax-exempt entities into what? I don't know. 10 functional categories, 26 major group areas. Dude, I want to see the taxonomy. Is it this? True or false? When doing financial ratio analysis on NFP organizations, I don't know. I'm just gonna okay, so it says false. The lack of comparable benchmarks is one of the limitations of ratio analysis. The amount of unrelated business income is excluded from taxation is the first $1,000. NFP board members are responsible for which of the following? I don't know. Let's go with... So they're responsible for all authorized activities. Wait, what is it? Board members. All authorized activities generating financial support on the organization's behalf, setting policy, and providing fiscal guidance and ongoing governance. That was funny. The IRS will classify an organization as a public charity if it applies for public charity status and can reasonably expect to meet the public support test during its first. Oh, come on! What? This is a different thing. Within the first 5 years of. Of course, it's the 5 for this one, and then there's slightly different. That was funny. The ultimate penalty imposed on NFPs for violations of laws relating to lobbying is which? I don't know. The ultimate penalty is revocation of exemption from taxes. Unrelated business income does not include which of these? Oh, come on, this is a different one. It does not include income from the sale of donated merchandise. It does not include interest. Okay, they can categorize in multiple ways. Over-reliance on the ratio of program expenses to total expenses can result in systematic underinvestment in overhead, underinvestment in organizational capacity. Characteristics of a quality board or an NFP organization include what? Oh my gosh. Diversity, leadership, direction, sensitivity, contributing and attracting funds. True or false? The majority of NFPs exist for political or lobbying purpose. I don't know. It says false. The majority do not exist. Okay. Independent charitable organizations. Independent charitable organizations may voluntarily join together as a Blobly fund. If an officer of an NFP receives excessive economic benefits, which of the following can result? My answer was correct. Okay, an intermediate sanction can be applied. The NFP's tax-exempt status can be revoked. Unrelated business income does not include which of the following? Does not include that one, dividends, income from legally conducted games of choice. The National Charter for Charitable Statistics developed a national taxonomy of exempt entities that divides tax-exempt entities into which of the following? Ten functional categories 26 major group areas. Is the cost per achieved output decreasing over time? Is the inappropriate amount spent on accomplishing the effectiveness of the these goals? Does the organization rely more on debt or equity? Debt divided by total assets. Can the organization pay its current debts? Current assets divided by current liabilities. Is the cost per achieved output decreasing over time? Program expenses divided by number of clients served. A group of individuals who share a philanthropic or other vision may operate as an unincorporated association. Which of the following are characteristics? I don't know. The association is small. The organizers expect the endeavor to have a limited life. The organizers are treated as partners and share liability for debts incurred by the association. Like, when I downloaded this second one with 8 tracks, I don't know if I realized that every single one of these was a remix. I think I didn't realize it at the time I downloaded it. Plus, like, the only ones, there's like these 2 that are only a few seconds long. True or false, when doing financial ratio analysis. No, they don't. Stop. Non-exchange. The Uniform Prudent Management of Investment Funds Act. Spending of endowment income, investing of funds. NFP. Board members are responsible for which of the following? Form 990EZ will be filed by tax-exempt entities with an annual gross receipts of between $50,000 and $200,000 with less than $500,000 in total assets. The power to give legal life to an entity resides in which of the following state? When considering excessive benefits, a person who has substantial influence is referred to as unrelated business income. Does not include income from legally conducted games of chance, dividends, income from activities in which substantially all of the work is done by volunteers. If the IRS is classified an organization as a public charity, data must indicate that the public support test has been met. True or false, the majority of NFPs exists for a political group of individuals who share philanthropic or other vision. Accountants and auditors play legal and attorney stakeholders. They all have complied with applicable laws and regulations, effectively and efficiently use the assets with which they were entrusted. Persons contributing at least something annually and persons receiving expenditures at least something annually. I don't know. The answer is 200, 500. Contributing at least 200 annually and persons receiving expenditures of at least 500 annually. The Articles of Incorporation must limit the entity's purposes to those described in the classifications of IRS, Section 501 under the organizational test. NFP board members are responsible for setting policy and providing fiscal guidance and ongoing governance. All authorized activities generating financial support on the organization's behalf. Utilization. Unless they are specifically exempted, NFPs must follow general laws that govern businesses. Required annual filings made by NFPs. Include an annual I don't know. Unrelated business income tax UBIT on Form 990T exempt organizations information return on Form 990, 990EZ, or 990N. The ways that we can exclude from consideration as a factor. This, and also through the nature of an organization's mission. A group of individuals who share a philanthropic or other vision may operate as an unincorporated association. No, that's kind of that's fine. Tax, political parties. political organizations testifying at legislative hearings, corresponding lobbying. Control is defined as more than something percent of the voting stock of a feeder organization. Oh, come on! I forgot what that stands for. Dang it, I need to know. Unrelated business income. For an asset that is mortgaged or debt financed income is calculated as which of the following? Total income multiplied by the proportion to which the property is financed by debt. Which of the following statements are true? Non-financial performance measures. Non-financial performance measures are critical in addressing questions of this effectiveness and efficiency. Information skewed toward a particular belief with a tendency to have little or no factual basis is referred to as propaganda. Public charities apply to the IRS for which of the following? (501c3) and 501a tax-exempt status using Form 1024. Excluded for consideration. Business leagues, social clubs, and cooperatives. I don't know. Business leagues, social clubs, cooperatives operate primarily for the benefit of members, not the public at large. Must disclose to donors that contributions are not tax deductible. Cannot offer donors the advantage of a charitable deduction. At least 200, contributing at least 200 annually, and persons receiving expenditures of at least 500 annually. That was funny. I don't know what the answer is to that. Loss of tax exempt status. The accounting issues involved in a dissolution. Like, why am I just now getting this question after all this time studying this chapter? all remaining assets are appropriately transferred for another exempt purpose. Creditors are paid. Federal, state, and local taxes are paid. I wonder how long the CPA exam study thingamajig is going to take. It's worth 200 stinking points. You would think it would take a long time. He said to do the first module, so I don't even know. I have no idea what it's going to look like. Non-financial performance measures. That was fine. That was fun. I don't know. The answer is private foundation unless it meets the requirements to be excluded. An organization that is not this corporation organization should disclose to donors that contributions are not deductible. Like, why is that the first time I got that question this whole time? I've been doing this for how long? Like an hour and a half. And it took me an hour and a half to get to that question. Seriously? Come on. Like, how is it even determined? Is it just a random selection of questions? Like, every question I get is just completely... It's a random selection, or is it based on how well I've answered the question before? Because that one just is the first time it appeared in an hour and a half of studying this chapter. Like, come on. So you expect me to spend at least an hour and a half, if not longer, on every one just to get to every question. Yep, I haven't gotten to this question yet either. What is going on? What is this? Let's see if we get some more questions that we haven't seen yet. Yep, I haven't gotten this yet. That's funny! The answer is Charleston Principles. What percentage of the questions have I gotten through so far? I wish it would just be, can I just choose the order that I do it in? So I know when I've gotten through all of them. Dang, all these are really short. The longest one is this one at 2 minutes and there's 39 seconds. I wonder if they don't loop. Maybe none of these loop. But this one's like 6 minutes. I don't know. It says exempted from both state and local taxes. Yep, I haven't gotten that question yet. I don't know. 5? The answer is 4. What? My gosh. I haven't gotten that question yet. How long do I have to go through these chapters to get through all the questions? I mean, I bet it takes longer to get through the questions this way because it's just it seems like it could just be a random selection, although I mean, you would think I'd be getting a bunch of old questions. I don't know. He sniffed. Yeah, if I could get a full album from this person, that'd be really cool. But I actually kind of like their music. That was fun. Thou!
Well, this is funny. Diversity, contributing and attracting funds, sensitivity, leadership, direction. That's like the second time I got this question in literally 2 hours of doing this. Or 1.5 hours of doing this. Like, seriously. When am I ever going to get through all the questions? Well, I mean, I got through that question already, but I only had it once. So far. I mean, how many questions are there? There should only be about 40 questions. Only 40? No, there might be more than 40 though, because like a concept might have multiple questions for the same concept. Is the rate of total return on investments. Wait a minute. Oh, did I even get this yet? I don't know if I did. Like, seriously? This is the first time I've gotten this question. I'm still getting new questions after all this time. Can the organization base current tax quick assets divided by current liabilities? Is the debt service expense adequately covered by income? Maybe I did get this like a million years ago. Is the debt service expense adequately covered by income, revenue, support, and gains plus interest and depreciation expenses divided by annual debt service expense? Is the rate of total return on investments reasonable? Interest and dividend income plus or minus realized and unrealized gains or losses divided by average fair value of investments. Investing of funds, spending of endowment income can result in underinvestment in overhead, underinvestment in organizational capacity.
detecting cases when managers or directors have either mismanaged the charity, diverted resources, or defrauded the charity and the public. It will classify the organization as this. Okay. That's the first time I got that question, by the way. Seriously. If an officer of an NFB receives the answer is an intermediate sanction can be applied, and the NFB. Okay, the impact. I don't know, dude. This is the first time I got this question. What the heck? What the heck? That's the first time I got that question. I'm still getting new questions. That's the second time I got that question after all this time. It would be nope. What? Wait. Revenues. What? The only difference between these two is that they call one of them program revenue and one of them is just revenue. That's the only difference between the two answers. What's the difference between revenue and program revenue? What? Wait. What's the difference between the intent and the purpose? Wait. This is the first time I've seen this question this whole time. Because, stop. I don't know. The answer is annual compliance reporting.